but I know where the cheese at. You'll never get a trophy.
There's your sound.
Hey guys, can you guys hear me now? Let's see if you get anything. Can you guys hear me now? Okay, they can hear me now. Woo, Jesus.
Quick disconnect. But you're having better Wi-Fi.
Better Wi-Fi now?
Better internet, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, IT. Hey, you guys. They can hear me 5 to 6 minutes. It does that, but I'm going to try to remove that once I post it. Oh. We are live. We are back. Oh, you be tripping with your... But we are back. Happy Friday, by the way. It is now 8:09. We are fashionably on time. How are you this Friday? Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Let's see who we have in the chat. All right. Hey, Donzel. Hey, Nina. Arva, Millie. What? Can't hear me? Donzel said that she can't hear me. He can't hear me. I'm sorry. He can't hear me. You can hear me now? Okay. Do a refresh. But hey, everyone. So going down the list, Donzel, Nina, Sandy, Suzette. Hey, guys. Let's see who else we have in the chat. Millie, Arva, Donzel. Oh, hey, guys. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Let me scoot this camera up some. All right. All right. It is Friday. End of my week. I need some water over here. Layla, could you bring mommy some water, please? Dom, could you bring mommy a bottle of water? Thank you. All right. So, today is pattern adjustment, but also muslin creation because next week is not alive. Thank you, honey. Next week is not alive. So I decided that I was going to go ahead and do a muslin on live today. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to do quick slides today. It's not many slides today. And then we're going to go ahead and get on over to the table to do some sewing. So let's go ahead and get into it, y'all. So I'm going to go ahead and throw the slides up on the screen. Once again, welcome, 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 you guys. Hey, Millie. Good to see y'all. So before you guys call me out, I know the first thing you guys are going to say is, what's going on in the situation, right? I did not give you guys an episode situation because I have to wait until I'm done. I have some what is it? I have coming up this upcoming, well, not this, and I have to film for those first, and then I can give you guys some more details of the car situation. So stay tuned for that because yeah, you guys want to stay tuned for that. All right. So you guys have a couple more episodes before the car situation is going to end. It's going to, but it's a couple more episodes. We're not in an ending story yet, but it's going to end eventually. All right. So welcome, you guys. Happy Friday. Welcome to hashtag Make 6 2026. If you guys are new here, which I think everyone in the chat are not new here to the Make 6 2026, but if you are new here, you guys know who I am. I'm Rochelle. I am your instruction decoder and your because y'all know I'm going to enable you guys to get some pattern. I'm going to break down the instructions to where you guys understand the instructions. And do not know what Make 6 2026 is we are going to choose 6 inspiration photos. We are pulling patterns out of our stash. 2, not hoarder patterns, but we are 6 things that fit into a cohesive and intentional wardrobe this year. We are building a wardrobe. That's basically what the hashtag Make 6 2026 is this year. And today we are doing week 6 and week 7. Week 6 is pattern adjustment. I kind of talked about cutting the right sides last week in week number 5. And this week is actually week number 6, but we're doing week 6 and 7 together. And week 7 is actually cutting a muslin, so we're just going to do that this week. All right. So this week, week 6, 7, right? I just noticed I wasn't trying to do 6, 7. We're going to leave that in 2024. We're going to do that. But this step is where people love to skip, okay? Because I'm going to be honest with you, I don't like making muslins, okay? But I'm going to tell you when you need to make muslins, and it's actually in one of my slides, right? When it's beneficial to make a muslin and why we make a muslin, all right? Now, I already know that some of y'all are going to be like, Rochelle, I'm not making a practice pants. I'm not making a muslin. I don't do that. If I mess up my fabric, I'm just going to mess up my fabric. Okay, I hear you. But listen, I'm a little frugal here. So I don't want to waste my time, do all the adjustments, and then waste my fabric at the same time because time is money. Time is patient. Like, I don't want to do that. So I'm going to take the cheapest fabric and take those old freaking bed sheets that my kids didn't piss up, along the way when they were younger, right? Use those for my test fabric and then make it do what it do. You know what I mean? You guys know what I'm talking about. And then we'll be all right? Because listen, this is the step that separates anything of guessing versus something that's going to fit. You want a garment that actually is going to fit, all right? And we're going to get into that. So let me put up the slide because I just noticed that I've just been talking without the slides up. And you guys don't ever check me on that and be like, Rochelle, you got some slides? I got some slides. I don't have slides on, but I do have some slides to put up on the screen. So let me go ahead and put these slides up on the screen for you guys. Where is the... Actually, where is the... Oh, wait. There we go. Screen share. Done. I got it. I think. You gonna laugh at me too? Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? No, it's this one right here. Hold on. I think I got the... Go ahead.
Move.
Go ahead, Mufasa. That's the right screen. The live slide one. Get out of here. Ain't nobody, you not nobody. Give me my mouse. Give my mouse back. Love you too. Get out of here.
I don't get paid enough.
You do get paid. You get paid in food. Stop it. You get paid in food. You get paid in food. All right, back to what I was saying. Hey, you guys. All right, yeah, we having technical difficulties over here. My husband's over here trying to help me out. He's like, it's been a long time since you did a live. I was just live last week. I'm telling you, when you take a couple of weeks off, you forget how to put things up on the slide, right? That's why I have IT support. It's great to have IT support in your house versus you don't have to go nowhere for IT support. It's amazing. I love free, right? Anything free. All right. So the slides. So we are now down to, what's today? The 17th? Yes, today's the 17th. So like I mentioned, we're doing 6, 7, right? So pattern adjustment and muslin creation. Next week, we do not have a live. Now, I do want to mention May 1st is week 8, which is the final prep. On that live, the only thing I'm going to be doing on that live May 1st is cutting my main fabric. So that live will not have any slides whatsoever. It's just going to be cutting my fabric and chatting at the same time. That's pretty much it. It might be pretty much a short live, probably 30 to 45 minutes, and that's in and out. And that's pretty much it, you guys. And in that live, you guys will see the fabric that I'm going to be using. I've been literally trying not to show you guys the fabric on purpose because it's a really good color. And yeah, I want it to be a big surprise on the color that I'm going to be using. And it's a nice color, I must say that. May 8th, there is no live on that one simply because May 8th is the weekend of Mother's Day weekend. So that's why I originally extended this into May 15th through May 17th. Those are pretty much the posting dates. So that's why I added a week for the due date for this one. So you have extra time to sew up your project number 2. All right. So those are the dates, you know. Better than the phone call. Love it, love it, love it. All right. So those are the new dates. So you still have some time. If you have not started on project number 2, I don't know what you've been waiting on, but we've been walking through this like turtle style, right? All right. We've been doing a little bit of Donatello, Michelangelo, Leonardo, Raphael. We've been doing a little bit of everything. And no, babe, I don't want to hear you say Ninja Turtles anymore. All right, so let's talk about what we're doing today. So today we are breaking down a couple of things. We're breaking down, well, I'm going to break down what a muslin is, when you actually need to do one, how to use it to fix your fit issues before you cut your goodish, aka your fabric. Okay? You don't want to be cutting into your good stuff and you have not tested your fit. Okay? Don't do that. I know people who do it, but you don't want to do that. All right? So that's what we're going to be doing today. So drop in a comment and be honest with yourself. Do you make a muslin? Do you do it always, sometimes, or never? And say, Rochelle, don't play me like that. You know I never make a muslin. Which one is all about you? Drop it in the chat, okay? Which one is you? Be honest with yourself. Oh. Donzel, listen, if you know how much my husband and I, well, and my kids, we are all Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle fans, right? And my favorite Ninja Turtle is, of course, Mikey. Like, I love me some Mikey. I think my son, he's a Donnie. Dom.
No, I am not Donnie.
Okay. Which one are you then?
Yes.
Mikey?
No.
Leo?
Yes.
Rude. All right. Back to regular schedule viewing, y'all. All right. So I get a lot of B's sometimes. Okay. Yes. Look. So my son said Leo. I'm Mikey. I'm going to say my husband is probably a Donnie. I'll ask him in a minute. I don't know what my daughter is, but I'm going to say she's probably Raffy. She seems like a Raffy. She'll probably pop up somewhere because, you know, I don't do no lives by myself. The whole family is involved, all the way involved, right? All right, so let's talk about what is a muslin. A muslin is a test version of your garment. So when making a muslin, we're not focusing on it being pretty. I know it sounds crazy, but we're not focusing. It's not about making it pretty. We're not finishing seams here. It's not about that. It's all about checking the fit, checking the proportions, catching any problem areas early. That's what making a muslin is all about. Once you cut into your good-ish, aka your fabric, right, there is no undoing it. So you can't hit, what is it called? Refresh, undo, go back, rewind. There's none of that when you cut into your good-ish, right? So therefore, you want to make sure, it is crucial that you make a muslin. And there's certain reasons why you make a muslin, okay? And we're going to get into that, all right? But let me know in the chat, have you ever cut into your good fabric and immediately knew something was totally off once you cut into that fabric, right? If you have, type in the chat, been there, done that, okay? Millie, you going a little faster than what I thought. You know what I'm finna come up with. What you been doing? You been peeping my slides? Millie, look, you was over my house peeping my slides, huh? See, I can't even make a slideshow no more. You part of the slide. Millie on the outside of my window peeping in on my slides while I was making my slideshow this morning. Actually, I made my slideshow about an hour ago. I know I'm bad. Look, I had a busy week, y'all. I had a busy week. I had a real busy week. Millie was like the who hit my car, but instead of hitting my car, she in my window like this. Let me stop. Let me stop. Rochelle, knock, knock. Knock, knock. Let me stop, y'all. Let me stop. All right, look. She like, Rochelle, let me see your slides, girl. Let me see your slides. Give me a copy of those slides. Look, all right, look. All right, so when should you make a slide? Look, she a whole step ahead of me because she said like 4 things that's on this slide. That's why I was like, how do you know? All right, you would know though. When should you make a muslin? And for those who pretty much watch almost every one of my videos, then you would pretty much know what's on this slide. Do you always need to make muslin? Absolutely not. No. Because I don't make a muslin with every garment that I make. But there are some times where you should make a muslin. And here is when you should want to make a muslin, right? You should make a muslin when you're trying a new pattern. That's number one. You should make a muslin when you're sewing a pair of pants, especially when you're making a pair of pants. That's just like a dead giveaway. If it's fitted, yes. If it's very, very loose, baggy, or like some joggers or something like that, I'm not making a muslin for that. We're just going to go with the flow. All right. If you're making a jacket, a coat, a blazer, or something like that, I would definitely, do a muslin for the structure part of it, not all the extra shebang, and probably put in one sleeve. That's it. When something is fitted, you want to make a muslin for that to test the fit. If you're adjusting any type of sizing, you should make a muslin to test the fit. If you had to do any adjustments, you should want to test the fit. Fit really matters, okay? So you'll want to make a muslin because you want to make sure that it fits. You don't want to like accidentally cut the wrong size. And we talked about this last week on live. And then be like, I'm just going to go with the flow. And then you waste your fabric, waste your thread, and then be like, I should have made a muslin. Yeah, but it's a little late now, So, because pants will definitely humble you real quick if you do not make muslin. So, I'm going to say, do I make a muslin every time I sew a pair of pants? No. But there are times where I will make muslins. Like, for instance, I will say for butterick patterns, I have made so many butterick pants, right? However, butterick patterns do change. So if it's one of those patterns that I have seen looking at the instructions, right? And I noticed that, let's just use 2 patterns. I'm just making up some numbers, all right? 6792 is the same as 6901, right? The construction is exactly the same looking at the pattern instructions, right? I am not going to make a muslin for it because it just looks like it's the exact same pattern. Same instructions, same amount of instructions, right? Start to finish. And the only difference is probably that the fly front is on the opposite side. That's it, right? Just a style change. Excuse me, style change. I am not going to make a muslin for that, all right? But let's say, for instance, that I'm sewing, I just finished sewing like 5 butterick patterns, right? Back to back on pants. But now I'm sewing a McCall's pattern, and it's been 3 months since the last time I sewn a McCall's pattern. Yes, I would probably sew a muslin simply because it's been a while, a quarter or however many months since the last time I sewn a McCall pattern, and McCall patterns changes too. So I may sew a muslin to test the fit for that. So it's just like play it by ear, I would definitely say, on making a muslin. All right. All right, moving along. One thing I will say when you're looking at patterns, everything, I said this on one of my posts, community tab posts, right? And maybe it was on a video that I said that the pattern envelope, right? When I talked about the pattern envelope, I was, how did I put it? I said the pattern envelope. What did I say? I was just like, it's the difference between the reality. The pattern envelope will definitely, I can't remember how I said it. I'm trying to remember how I said it. But I said, reality versus tragedy versus reality or something like that. Because the envelope will is like the drama. They definitely give you kind of like the fantasy. It's like the fantasy, like the envelope. It was kind of like the envelope will definitely give you like that false hope. I can't remember. How did I say it? You guys remember? Yes, we'll sell you a dream. Good looking out, Millie. I was like, how did I say that? The envelope will sell you a dream, but the instructions will give you the reality. That's what it was. That's what it was. See, listen, you guys. When I be all into the videos, sometimes I remember exactly how I said it, but then after I post it, y'all. But y'all know exactly what I was saying when I was like, these envelopes will sell you a whole freaking dream. And then you look at those instructions and that's the real reality right there, right? So like I said before, everything looks good on the pattern envelope, right? Until you put it on your body. And then when you put it on your body, you like, wait a minute, why is it doing this? Why is it doing that? Why is these, why is it gaping? Why are these lines stretching? Like I said, the envelope will definitely sell you a dream, and those instructions will definitely serve you the whole reality. So be careful. All right, be careful. Test with the muslin. All right, tell me in the chat, what is the hardest thing for you to fit? I already know the answer to this. Is it pants, dresses, tops, jackets or coats, or all of the above? Tell me in the chat. Yes, Millie comes through. She come through. She come through. Nina, I'm with you. Pants is one of those things where you could sew so many pants and still get the fit wrong. Booty and pooch. Y'all crazy. Okay, so for a long time, pants was my hardest thing to fit because of booty. It's not your beauty, it's your booty, right? So it's because if you have a badonkey donk, right? You could like have wide thighs, right? And you gotta shimmy, shimmy, shimmy in order to pull it up, your behind, right? But then you could have not so big of a, some people call it bum. We call it ass in the United States, right? So you could have like not so much of a butt, right? And have a pooch. And then it's like you have tightness going on in the front and then bagginess going on in the back. So it's kind of like you have to know how to fit both, if you have a butt and a pooch, or not so much of a pooch and a butt, or you have the opposite. So you got to learn how to, fit both. right? So pants is always seems to be one of the hardest things to fit, but once you master how to scoop out the front and move it to the back, you'll be fine, all right? Lori, I am there with you simply because it's one of those things. Pants is always the hardest to fit. If it's not, getting the seat right, it's getting the crotch right, scooping out the front, getting the, not having the gaping going on or the stretch line, or it's pulling in the front or pulling in the back. It's a lot that you have to do when sewing up some pants, or the fly front zipper portion that tends to scare a lot of people with doing a fly front. So it is a lot of things that could go into sewing up pants. And I know one of the things that you guys always ask is like, Rochelle, could you sew more pants so I could get comfortable with pants? Which is why I am sewing a lot more pants this year. So you guys could feel a little bit more comfortable sewing up these pants. Donzel, you talking about my little snippet of Leah? Yo, you guys, in videos, I be throwing little things in there from... Yo, like how I just throw something in. Hey, it's just one of those things when I'm talking in a video and I think of something, I just throw it into a video. It's just part of the video. And it's just when my daughter's, she'll be on the other side of the camera half of the time. She's in the room on the other side of the camera when I'm filming, and she literally wants to bust out laughing with whatever I say. Half of the time. And it's so hard not to laugh in the middle of a video. Sometimes I literally have to cut and come back in because I'll say something and I'll make myself laugh and I have to try to keep going. I have to keep on trying to go, but hey, it is what it is. All right. How to make a muslin before we get on over to the table, y'all. All right. So let's talk about how to actually make a muslin without overcomplicating it, right? So step number one, I think I'm going to give you like 4 steps. Step number 1, we talked about this. Use inexpensive fabric. Let me say that one more time for my people in the back. Come to the front of the church. Let the church say amen. All right? Use inexpensive fabric. One more time. Let the collection plate roll around. Inexpensive fabric. We're talking about the old bed sheets that your kids then peed on, your dogs then peed on several times. You don't mind using it because it's either have holes, rips. I mean, it's living on the last threads, right? Use those. It's okay because it's test. Like literally, I'm using for what I'm making today to test, I'm using some white see-through. And when I say see-through, see the F through. I don't even think this is white fabric. It might be muslin. I don't even know. But it's some white, cheap $1 fabric that I have like over 20-something yards of. Seriously, right? So old sheets or old scrap fabric or old muslin fabric. Sometimes I have even used scrap fabric and I have sewn some scrap fabrics together and made it do what it do. You guys have seen me do this for, I think it was a jacket, and I did a test and it had like some plaid, some solid, some Ankara on the back. And you guys probably was like, what is she making? Is she making like a patchwork jacket? No, I wasn't. I was just literally using some scrap fabric to get rid of one, scrap fabric, scrap busting, but also making a test muslin. You could do that all the time. All right, step number 2, cut pattern using selected or blended sizes, right? So you want to cut your pattern using the size that you selected or the size that you have blended into, right? Last week we talked about, do you cut one size or do you blend your sizes together? Like I said last week, most of us, we blend our sizes together. If you're cutting one size, 9 times out of 10, you're making something that's very, very boxy that doesn't require you to blend sizes. 9 times out of 10, we're blending our sizes. I know I am. I know I am. But if you're not and you're just cutting one size, that's totally fine. But I'm going to hope that it's a pattern where you do not have to blend sizes. All right. All right. Step number 3. Sew only what you need. Okay. And what that means is when you're making a muslin, you only sew what you need. So for instance, pants. Do you really need the pocket pieces? No. When you are sewing pants, you only need the front, the back, the waistband. That's it. Now, for the pants that I am sewing up, I cut out pretty much all the pieces. And the reason why I did that is simply because it has a fly front. So, and I cut out the pockets. And the reason why is because I want to see how deep the pockets are in order to see if my cell phone's going to fit in there or do I have to make an adjustment to the pockets. Did I have to do that? Absolutely not. But I am doing that because my fabric is different than what I anticipated. So I want to make sure that I cut out the pocket just to see if it's going to look right with what I'm doing. So you don't need all the whistles and bells. All you need if you're doing a pair of pants, front, back, pocket. I'm sorry, front, back, waistband, and then you can do one pocket instead of both pockets. And then if you have a fly, you're going to need the fly front pieces. That would be like your underlap, your fly front left, your fly, your underlap, and then your facing piece. That's what you're going to need in order to do the fly front portion, right? All right, what you do not need if you're sewing pants, because in this case, I'm sewing pants, so I'm going to tell you what you do not need. You do not need to worry about hems. We're not doing no hems, all right? You don't have to worry about finishing off your seam. Don't even worry about looking at the serger over here. It's not going to get used tonight at all right? You don't need to worry about full details. When I say full details, I'm not sewing with a regular length stitch. We are using a basting stitch. The entire night is going to be a basting stitch. Basting stitch is the longest stitch on your sewing machine. So, and guess what? I'm going to use a color that I do not use, okay? So, because I probably do not use a lot of, I'll pick a color from up here somewhere, but I probably don't use a lot of pink. It looked like, I'll just pick a color, or orange. I'll pick a color over here that I have a lot of and use that as my thread tonight. All right. But I would go with a color that you have a lot of and use that as, your test muslin. All right. You just need to sew enough to try it on. So do not forget that. All right. Now, one thing I want to mention for pants specifically, what you want to focus on, you want to focus on the waistband area. You want to focus on your hips, making sure that your pants is going to fit over your hips. You want to focus on the rise, which is your crotch seam and your seat, and you want to focus on your leg shape. All right. So you want to focus on those areas when you are sewing a pair of pants. All right. That's where your fit is going to live. All right. Hold on. Let me get a bottle of water. All right. Hydrate. I got to stay hydrated, y'all. All right. So tell me in the chat, have you ever, why does it sound like I have never, right? Have you ever made something and the issue was it was too tight in the hips, or it was too loose in the waist, or The rise was just weird altogether. Which one? Or all of them? Let me know in the chat. Have you ever made something that had one, two, or all of these issues? Let me know in the chat. Mm-hmm. All of the above. Lady Angel says A and B. Too loose in the waist. When you say too loose in the waist, was it a pair of pants or what did you make that was too loose in the waist? And I can see too tight in the hips for sure, especially when it comes to pants. Okay. Okay. Fitting tops. Got you. So when you have issues with fitting top, is it more of the bust? The bust is too tight and the waist is too loose? Or is it the bust is too tight, the waist is too loose, and the hips is too tight? Let's see, what color do I want to use as my test garment? Because you don't want to waste any color, really. But I want to use a color that I have a lot of that I wouldn't mind. I mind every single color, but I don't use a lot of pink, so we're going to use pink on this one. All right, so I am ready to go over here at this sewing machine. I'm going to go ahead and put it on a basting stitch. My top-down camera is already ready to go. All right, let's see what we got. All right. Have gaping neckline and shoulders and too tight in the hips because of my tummy. So to accommodate one of the waists. Okay, gotcha. Okay. So Lady Angel, when I do a top, I'll explain more on how to work on that when I do a top. So I'll make a note of that on my dry erase board because my dry erase board is getting kind of full with what to do a video on. All right, so you guys, it is now time to start sewing up this muslin. Whoa, let me go back. It is now table time. Y'all know what table time means, time to actually do it, right? So let's go ahead and begin working on our muslin or my muslin. For you guys who did not know, I've been talking about this the entire time for the last couple of weeks. My pattern is the new spring pattern, McCall's 8632. That nice, lovely pattern on the screen right here, that is the pattern that I am sewing up. Now, you guys are going to see it in the muslin, but when you guys see it in the nice, lovely fabric, act like you guys don't know me. No, I'm just joking. This is the actual PDF. That's why I put it up on the screen, because you guys already know that I'm going to show it to you guys in PDF, right? Let's go ahead and get started. I'm actually going to put instructions on the screen. If you guys are sewing this pattern, you got it, you have the pattern, you have it prepped, or if you are just looking at me sew it up and you guys are just taking notes, that's perfectly fine too. And you come back to this pattern at a later time, that's perfectly fine too. That's completely up to you. Do what you do. All right. Now, here are the instructions. One thing I want to mention is my pieces will not have interfacing. Why? Because it's a freaking muslin. We're not doing that. Okay. Another thing, on step number 4, where it tells you to form a tuck, I may actually do that only to see what it's going to look like. I'm not doing every single step because it's not going to require that. However, for this tuck, I'm going to do it as a basting stitch instead of a regular stitch. So I'm going to follow as many steps as possible, but we're going to be doing it, well, I'm going to be doing it in a basting stitch versus a regular stitch, all right? So some of it's not going to look exactly like it because we're not going to waste a lot of thread getting this done, but it's going to look, for the most part, like it, all right? So I'm going to put the instructions up. I'm going to take you guys to a quick break just to kind of move some things around real quick. We're going to take a quick break real quick, and I'll be right back in about 1 minute. All right. So go refill your cups with some water. Go get you another snack, and I'll be back in 1 minute. All right. Let's start the countdown now. 1 minute. Let's go.
Drowning in the lost emotion, crying like some kind of ocean from my eyes. But I got up out of the hopeless. Yeah, I got over you last night. Wasn't it easy to believe I would be broken forever? Thought I would never see the light. You didn't need me, so I went looking for somebody better. Thought I'd be sadder, but I'm fine. Washing my tears away, I watch my heartbreak go down the drain. My heartbreak go down the drain. My heartbreak go down the drain. I finally learned how to let go. I don't even feel the echo of your touch. I've never been so in control. Only love I need is mine. But wasn't it easy to believe I would go down the drain. My heartbreak go down the drain. My heartbreak go down the drain. My heartbreak go down the drain. It wasn't easy to believe that I would miss you forever, always be tethered to your love. Grass isn't greener on your side, you're wishing we were together, but I'm not. Just watch. Down the drain. Drowning in the lost emotion, crying like some kind of ocean from my eyes. But I got up out of the hopeless. Yeah, I got over you last night. Wasn't it easy to believe I would be broken forever?
Look, I can't even think straight. All right, hold up. We are back. We are back. Y'all miss me? All right, we are back. We are back. All right, now that we are back, all right, so I am going to I have my instructions here, right? But I also have my instructions here up on the screen. I will go ahead and show the instructions on the screen for you guys, right? All right, so I'm gonna kind of walk through it, but also sew at the same time. So I'm gonna grab my pattern pieces, number 1. And I'm going to stay stitch. That's the back pattern piece. All right, so step number 1 tells me to stay stitch. I'm going to stay stitch the front and the back pattern pieces. All right, I'm going to move this little tray out of my way so I can actually sew. All right. So now with stay stitching, if you notice that it wants you to start in the front, if you look at where the arrow is, let me move my mouse, right? You see where the arrow goes from the front to the back right here? What that means is you're going to start where the curve is and go to the back. That's one thing that most people do not look at. What they look at is just showing across, right? They do not want you to stretch. They do not want the pants to stretch. So you need to follow the direction of how they want you to sew that stay stitching. So you're going to sew, basically what that looks like is you're going to sew from the front to the back. And then on the other side, you're going to do the same thing from the front to the back. All right. So that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to sew from the front to the back. And stay stitch is done at a 1/2 inch seam allowance. And I am using a basting stitch. I'm not using a regular length stitch. So It's a test. So, but if it was a regular, if it wasn't a test garment, I would be using a regular length stitch at 2.5. So if you are taking notes and you plan on doing this, on your instructions, you can write 2.5 or regular length stitch 2.5 at a 1/2 inch seam allowance. All right. And then I would do the same thing to the other front, the exact same way from the front to the back. And I'm gonna do the same thing to pattern piece number 6, which are my back pattern pieces. So I'm just gonna put this off to the side, grab my back pattern pieces, and do the exact same thing from the front to the back. And then do the other one front to back. All right, so now that I have done step number 2, I'm gonna go to step number 3. Now it basically tells you to transfer the stitching line on the front. I have already done that. I'm gonna show you what it looks like. Let me move pattern piece number 6 out of the way. Now I do this when I transfer all my notches and everything. So when you are transferring your notch, your dots, your marking for the front, after you cut out pattern piece number 1, it actually tells you on the pattern, the left side, the right side, they want you to transfer this line right here, which is your stitching line for your fly front, right? This should be on the right side of your pants, your right side when wearing it. So when you're looking at it on the table, right, and you're looking at it on the table, it's going to be on your left side looking at it, right? So you have to think of it, you have to transfer your mind on flipping it, right, in your mind. So what you're looking at on the table when you're cutting it, right, you know this is your left side, this is your right side. So in your mind, you need to flip it. So whatever's on your left side is actually your right side. Whatever's on your right side is actually your left side. So you need to remember that when you're doing a fly, for females, your fly is on your right side. For a guy, it's on the left side, right? So for a guy, they're going to be transferring it on the right side, right? So I'm saying on our right side, which is their left side. For us, for the female, it's going to be on our left side, which is right side when wearing it, all right? So just remember that. Make a note, all right? Make a note on your pattern if you need to. All right, so you should have transferred that on step number 3. I have already done that. You want to transfer using a, what do they call it? Disappearing marker or waterable soluble marking. All right, I have already done that for mine. You can also hand baste it. I don't, but I just transfer mine when I'm doing my markings. All right. Now, how I transfer mine, I will show this when I'm doing my sewing it the right way. What I normally do is make a little clip at the top, at the very top, and then transfer using white marking all the way down. All right. So that's how I normally transfer mine. Let's go ahead and go to step number 4. All right. Now, it says on outside with wrong sides together, we want to press the front along the fold line for tuck, forming a crease. Now, I did not transfer this portion from my pattern piece. Probably because I wasn't planning on making a crease for the test muslin. I wasn't planning on doing that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take my pattern piece out. This is what it looks like. And what I'm going to do is take my tape measure and I'm going to measure how far over is the pin tuck line, right? And for me, that looks to be 4.5 inches. And then I'm going to make a clip, 4.5 inches, all right? So I'm just going to measure from the side seam, 4.5 inches, and make a clip. All right, and then I'm gonna just basically use that line it up with this one, and just make the same clip. Most easiest way to do it, right? All right, so now I have my pin tuck line, and now I can do that at the bottom too to make sure that it's the same distance, all right? Or I'm gonna measure from the bottom also. Now, because I did not go all the way down, I stopped at this, wait. Actually, on the pattern, I stopped at this line right here, just to kind of make it as short because I only want to test the thigh area as well as the fit of the hips. So I stopped at this line right here instead of making the entire leg, right? So all I want to do is make sure I measure from this side seam all the way to the size that I need for the size that I cut, which is the size 20, right? So I'm going to measure from this side seam all the way to 20 to see where it's at and make a snip. To make the pin tuck. All right, so grabbing my, what did I do with my? Here it is. All right, so I'm gonna measure from the side seam all the way to the size 20, which is in the middle. And that is 5 3/4. So now I'm going to measure that distance at the bottom, 5 3/4, from here over 5 3/4. I don't have a, let me grab a pencil. All right, so I have that. And then all I'm going to do is just fold it because it tells you to fold with wrong sides together instead of right sides together. You want to fold with wrong sides together for this one. So with wrong sides together, I'm going to fold it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually press it, okay? And I'm going to do the same thing for the other one as well. The exact same thing. So I'm going to measure 5 3/4 at the bottom. And then on the wrong side, I'm going to fold it in half with wrong sides together as it's stated in the instructions. And then I'm going to give it a press. All right, so now that I have the front pieces pressed, now what I'm gonna do is sew straight down to create that pin tuck. Now, because this is a test, I could just baste it, but I'm actually gonna sew it with like a 3.5 lint stitch. Now, on my regular, my main fabric, I'm just gonna sew with a regular lint stitch of a 2.5, but for the sake of this being a test, I'm gonna do with 3.5. And I'm actually gonna sew this as an edge stitch, and that edge stitch is going to be at 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. And this is how it looks. All right. And I'm gonna do the other one the exact same way. Oh, and by the way, I did backstitch at the beginning for that pin tuck. I didn't need to because it's a test garment, but I did. Now, when you open it out, this is what it looks like. All right. Now, what you want to do is you want to press it away from the center. When they say press it away from the center, that means that's the center front is what they're talking about. So you're going to press it towards the side seam. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it to the sewing machine and I'm going to press this going towards the pocket, if that makes sense, towards the side seam. All right, so I'm going to press it towards the side seam now, and then I'm going to put on my pocket. Now I'm just going to baste my pockets on, and you guys are going to see me baste that pocket on. So let me just press it. Now, normally I would use my seam roll to press this in place, but for the sake of this, you know, it's just a test. We're not doing all of that tonight, all right? We're just testing the fit. All right, so now that I have that out of the way, I'm gonna grab my next pattern pieces, which are my pockets, which is pattern piece number 2. All right, so now we should be on step number 5. Do you guys want me to leave the instructions up, or do you want me to go ahead and take the instructions down? Let me know in the chat. Should I leave the instructions up or should I take them down? Let me know which ones work best for you guys. All right. I think I was supposed to, no, cut two. All right, so the pockets. It's no difference than when you are sewing on pockets for anything else. All right, so let me scoot the sewing machine back a little bit. And all you're gonna do is right sides together, line the pockets up. Just like so. All right. You're just gonna line the pockets up like you see right here, right? Now, if you need me to go to the table to show on the table, let me know. All right, let's take the instructions down. All right, let me turn the camera down a little bit so you guys can see right there. All right, is that better for you guys to see at the sewing machine? All right, good. All right, I took the instructions down. Is that better for you guys to see? Better? All right. So all you're gonna do is pin it, right sides together. You're gonna pin the pockets. All right, nice, nice. And all you're gonna do is you're pinning the pockets on the side. Do not pin this portion right here. You're just pinning the side of the pocket from the top to where that dot is. And then I'm going to pin. I like to do multiple steps at once so I'm not going back and forth to the sewing machine. As you guys have seen in so many of my sew-alongs, it keeps you from having to go to the sewing machine 50 million times. If you just kind of like do all of the pockets all at once, pin them all at the same time, and then sew them all at the same time. So I'm going to pin this pocket on, match up your notches, match up your dots. And now I'm going to sew. Now, normally if I was doing it with regular fabric, I would sew using a regular length stitch, but because it's a test fabric, I'm just gonna use a 3.5 versus just a 5 basting stitch. Actually, I'm gonna go to a 4, 4.5. All right, I'm gonna sew using a 4.5. And I'm gonna sew still using 5/8 of an inch seam allowance because that's the seam allowance used. Actually, let's make sure. Yes, 5/8. So I'm gonna use 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. Now for this, you got a back stitch at the beginning and at the end. So I'm gonna start at the dot that's there, and I'm going to back stitch. And then sew all the way up. I'm gonna do the other pocket the same way, and then I'm gonna trim it down. Same thing for this pocket, 5/8 of an inch seam allowance, back stitch at the beginning and at the end. All right, so after you do that, you're gonna trim it down. Grab my scissors. All right, so now you're gonna trim it down. You don't really necessarily have to do this for the test garment, but I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna do the other pocket the same way. Still working on the front, by the way. All right, so we did that. Now, moving on. We are on number 6. After that, you're gonna turn this to the inside, like this, and give it a good press, all right? So we're gonna turn it to the inside and give it a good press. And then grab pattern piece number 3, which is your pocket, all right? So I'm gonna give this a good press, turn it to the inside, give it a good press. Now, normally you would do your understitching on this pocket. Now, I could do all of that. You know what? I'm gonna do it just for the sake of doing it. Actually, I don't want to. I don't want to because, I mean, it's a test, but normally what you would do is press your seam allowance towards the pocket lining and then understitch on your pocket lining and then press it to the inside like this, all right? That's what it would normally look like, all right? But I'm just gonna press it for the sake of time, number 1, and test garment, all right? All right, now I'm gonna grab pattern piece number 3. Pattern piece number 3 is the side, front, and pocket, as you can see right here. And now what we're gonna do is add that to our pocket. So all you're gonna do is you're going to take, grab this one right here. Let me scoot this back. Make sure you guys could see this. Yeah, all right. You're gonna take a pattern piece number 3, right sides together, okay? And you're gonna place pattern piece number 3 on top of pattern piece number 2, right sides together, matching up the notches and the top, okay? Make sure that it match. Make sure you have them right sides together too. And then you're going to pin. So I'm gonna pin at the notch and then pin all the way around. And then you're gonna sew using 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. All the way around that pocket. And then I'm gonna do the same thing to the other side. Match up my notches for the pockets. And then just pin all the way around. And then now I'm gonna sew using 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. So let me bring the sewing machine back. And then I'm going to sew it using 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. Back stitch at the beginning and at the end. That's what it looked like. We actually have a pocket now, right? And then what I'm gonna do is take this, turn it to the inside, right? And it should form a pocket that looks something like this, right? As you can see. And then what I'm gonna do is take my pins, let me scoot it back just a little bit so you guys can see this, right? And I'm going to pin it to where it stays in place, and I'm gonna baste it at the top and at the side so it stays in place. All right, so now what it looks like is I'm gonna baste right here at the side, and I'm gonna baste across the top. And make sure that it's laying flat at the top and on the sides. And then across the top. And that's what it looks like. All right, I'm gonna do the same thing, and then I have a nice clean pocket, just like so. I'm gonna sit that right there for just a second and do the other one the exact same way. All right. So I'm gonna start off with doing the pocket, finishing off the pocket part first. All right, so this pocket is done, and I'm gonna do the exact same thing as the other and turn it to the inside like this, right? So the dots should match up just like that. All right. So let me pin it. Making sure that the top raw edges are even. And I'm going to pin across the top and across the sides. And then the side seams. Up. There we go. And I'm going to base across the sides. And then across the top. All right, so that's what it looks like. Nice, lovely pocket right there. All right, so I did not grab a zipper, but I'm gonna grab a zipper to show you guys the fly front zipper portion of these pants. All right, that's where we are at right now. All right, it's coming together really great. All right, so now we are on step number 9. It's not many steps, to be honest with you. All right, now before I start doing the fly front zipper, I'm gonna skip the fly front zipper just for a second to start working on some other stuff that I could get done before doing the fly front zipper portion. So I'm gonna pause on the front, start working on the back. This is how I normally do when I'm working on a pair of pants on things that I could get done before getting into the fly front zipper portion, right? So skipping the fly front zipper portion for just right now, let me go to the back and then go ahead and make my darts. So I'm just gonna move these out of the way just real quick for the sake of time. This is how you keep going. All right, so we already know how to make darts, right? So we're gonna go ahead and make these darts in the back. I don't know what number we are at. I think number 10. So we are gonna go ahead and make these darts. And I'm gonna look and make sure that it's lined up on the other side. And I'm gonna pin out the darts for the other pant leg, or shorts, whatever you wanna call it. Pin, pin, pin. See this? Yep. And then all right, And then I'm going to go ahead and sew my darts. Let me move this back. All right. All right, now guess what, y'all? I'm sewing air. Let me repin this. Good thing I caught it before I noticed that I was, I would have got all the way to the end of this dart and didn't realize I'm sewing with nothing but air. AKA my bobbin ran out of thread. All right. Time to reset. New bobbin ran out of thread. We ran out of thread. All right. Reset. No problem. You just get another color that's already there. Yellow. Mellow my yellow. I'm not putting together a new bobbin. I'm going to use what I have already, and we're going to go from there. All right. Scoot the sewing machine up a little bit. And sew the dart. All right, so when I get to the end of the dart, instead of me back stitching, I'm just gonna pull and tie it 2 to 3 times. So, 1, 2, 3. And then you want to press your darts towards the center, okay? The center would be towards this part, not towards the side seam, towards the opposite side, all right? So you want to press your seams that direction. I'll do that in just a second. Then I'm going to go ahead and do the darts for the other side, all right? Same thing, same process. And same thing, tie it 2 to 3 times to secure your dart. So this is number 1, number 2, and number 3, right? 3. Bam! Now I'm gonna press it towards the center for them to lay flat. All right, now normally I would use my seam roll, but for the sake of this being a muslin, we're not gonna do all of that. And yes, if you are wondering, do I really use my seam roll? I used it like clockwork. I actually used all of my tools the right way when it's the regular thing to make sure that I get things to lay flat and the way that I need it to be. But for the sake of muslins, no. All right, so I have my back done. Now, this is the part where I could go ahead and, so I'm gonna put my back off to the side. The last thing I'm gonna go ahead and prep before going back to my fly front are my waistbands, right? So, I know you're like, Rochelle, you are doing a lot. I know. But because I like to do a lot of different things to keep from going back and forth to the sewing machine, and when you have sewn so many things, you could go out of order. I don't encourage you to do it if you are a beginner, but if you are an intermediate, you have sewn so many different things, you know the construction of patterns, you can do what I'm doing. But if you are new to sewing, go in order, all right? Now, I could go ahead and start doing the waistband as well, and I am going to start doing the waistband and then put it off to the side, all right? So what I'm gonna do is grab my waistband, 7, 8, and 9, all right? So I'm gonna grab my waistband. This is the last thing that I'm gonna do out of order, and then I'm gonna go right on back to doing the fly front zipper, all right? 7, 8, and 9. All right. Oh, I need to cut one more 9, but it's okay. I'll cut it off camera. I only cut 1 instead of 2. All right. All right, so then what you want to do, let me move this out of the way. You want to take your pattern piece number 9. I have it down right sides together. All right. I need to pretty much press it, right? And then take one pattern piece number 7. No, this is pattern piece number 8. So pattern piece number 8 is the right front. Almost forgot to write what it was. All right, so you want to take pattern piece number 8 and you want to match it up with the notch. And then pattern piece number 7, you want to match that up with that notch. Now, after that, you want to make sure, I'm going to put both of these off to the side. I need to cut one more number 9, all right? So I'm going to move this off to the side, all right? And then I'm going to pin. Now, the thing about it is both of these dots should be towards the center, okay? The center, not towards the side seams, all right? And then what I'm going to do is pin at the notch, top and bottom. And then I'm going to sew using 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. And now I'm going to use 5/8 of an inch seam allowance, back stitch at the beginning and at the end. And you're going to do the same thing again for the other waistband. So one serves as the main waistband and the other one serves as a facing waistband, all right? So you would do that for the other one. So you would sew the same thing the exact same way. And then sew the other side the exact same way. And then right here, you would press your seams open. So I'm going to go ahead and press my seams open now. All right, so I have this done. Now I'm gonna move you guys over to the cutting table to cut one more of pattern piece number 9 out, because that's gonna be crucial and I need it in order to create one more of the waistband. So let me move you guys over to the cutting table in order to cut that out. So let's go ahead over to the cutting table now. All right, yes, what a mess. I know. Don't judge me. All right, so let's go ahead and cut out one more. Oh, wait. It looks like it froze up right here. I don't know. But it's okay. I'm gonna cut out one more of pattern piece number 9. If you guys can't see it, it's perfectly fine. It's not gonna take very long to cut one out. It's just scrap fabric that I am cutting just one out real quick, and then I will switch it back over to the sewing machine. So let me just cut one piece out real quick. Ooh. Okay. Ooh. No, it froze right there. All right, so now I have pattern piece number 9 cut out. I'm coming back over to the table, y'all. I didn't leave you hanging. Okay, I don't need pattern piece number 9 again. Give me 1 second. Where's my bag of pieces? Ah! Where's my sewing bag? Oh, here we go. All right. I have to put all these pieces in the bag because it starts becoming a lot of pieces, pattern pieces, if you don't keep up with them. Plus, I'm going to have to cut this again in main fabric, so I like to keep all of my pattern pieces I no longer need in one big gigantic project bag envelope, okay? All right, so let me grab pattern piece number 9. All right, and I'm gonna write number 9, which is the back waistband. All right. So this is the one that I already ironed. I'm going to put that up here just for some decorations for right now. And then I'm going to open this out and do the exact same thing that I just did with the other one. Match up 7 and match up pattern piece number 8 the exact same way. Someone's video froze. Oh, no video on the other live. All right. Well, welcome back, Lady Angel. All right. And then on the other side, do the exact same thing. Matching up the notches. And then I'm going to, of course, sew using 5/8 of an inch seam allowance and press the seams open. Other side, the exact same way. Now I'm going to press those seams open. And then after I press the seams open, what I'm going to do is, it doesn't matter which one, but one of them I'm going to create a basting stitch at the bottom, 5/8 of an inch, and press the seams up and trim it down. All right. Whichever one I want to use as like a facing, right? So I'm going to do that to one of them. All right. So let me do that now. So I'm going to press this one open, press the seams open first. And now what I'm going to do is create a 5/8 of an inch basting stitch at the very bottom. So I'm going to create that using 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. I'm not back stitching at the beginning. All right, so now that I have that created, I'm gonna go ahead and press up and then trim down. All right. All right, so I'm pressing in that 5/8 of an inch seam allowance all the way across. And now I'm going to trim this down. Now I'm going to trim this down at my cutting table real quick because I'm already standing up. That's the only reason why. And I'm trimming it down to about 1/4 of an inch. And I'm going to give it one more press to press it up one more time after trimming it down. And then I'll share what it looks like. All right. All right, so now that I have it, this is what it looks like. I pressed it up, trimmed it down. So this serves as my facing piece, all right? The waistband facing, all right? Now, I can't put the waistband facing on simply because the front is not done. The back is not attached to the front. So now I have to go all the way back to the fly front pieces. Now I could go ahead and start attaching the back to the front at the inseams. I could start doing that, but before I do that, I want to go ahead and tackle the fly front. All right, so I'm going to go back to the instructions. Now, normally, I'm going to be honest with you, I probably would not do the fly front the way that they want me to do it, to be honest. But let's read through these instructions and see how they want you to do it, and I will probably end up doing it my own way, just to be honest, because normally I don't like the way that they tell you to do these fly front zippers. But I'm going to pull one out here in a second. So the first thing I'm going to pretty much do, let me just read and see what they want you to do. Okay, they want me to apply it the same way that they wanted me to apply it for Brittany's pattern. Kind of looks like it. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Okay, so all right, so the first thing I'm going to do, yeah, it's pretty much the same thing that I did for Brittany's pattern. So I'm going to pin, I don't know if you guys could see this. Let me move these instructions. I'm going to pin at that dot where the, right here at that dot to this, the clipping at the center front. So I'm going to start at that dot, pin, and then pin where that notch is at the center front. And I'm going to sew, back stitch at the beginning, and sew all the way to that notch and back stitch at the end, all right? So let me go ahead and do that now. And oh, 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. And that's what it looks like. That's pretty much what it looks like. Now, what I could do from here, I can go ahead and add on my back, all right, now that I have that sewn on. But I'm not, all right? So the next step it wants me to do is turn in my left front opening edge along the fold line. So my left front opening line is this part right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to fold along that fold line and give it a press. That's what I'm gonna do. So let me go ahead and press that now. All right, so I went ahead and pressed along this fold line, right? On your left, when looking at it, it's your right. You should already have that transferred, right? Now, the next step that it wants you to do, walking you through step by step, we are on 9C. Place your closed zipper facing up. Under left front opening edge, having press edge close to the zipper teeth, and top stop 1 inch below upper raw edge. Using a zipper foot, they want you to base close to the press edge to small dot. All right. So what that looks like, let me grab a zipper real quick. I knew everybody was going to ask me, is there a better way than the instructions? There is a better way than the instructions, but for the sake of the muslin, I'm going to do the instructions, and then if there's a better way, I'm going to film it with my way. It's going to probably be filming it with my way of doing the fly front zipper, because I like my way of doing fly front zippers better than the instructions, honestly. And I have not had any issues doing it my way versus the instructions way. But, you know, some people like to see the instructions way first before doing it the way that I like to do my fly front zippers. I'm grabbing a zipper, you guys, so just give me 1 second to grab a zipper. I forgot to grab one before starting this live. And I need one that's... All right, I'll use this black one for right now. I'm going to pull it out anyway, so... Have a good night, Nina. Why does this seem like this may be a little too small? All right, let's see what size does it say that I need. It says 70 inch. That's 7 inch. Yeah, it's 7 inch. Okay. It better work. All right, so have that, right? Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the right part down, is what they want me to do, right? And then all I'm going to do is take that left part, right? I'm sorry, put this underneath that like this. It's kind of hard to explain, but this is how it's supposed to look, like this. So basically take your zipper and put that part that's pressed underneath your zipper foot, and you're going to pin that portion. It's weird how to explain it, and it's going to look real weird to you. I know it is, but that's how they want you to put it on there. Now, when I do it my way, I'm going to test it my own way and see if it works out. And then if it does, I'm going to film it that way. Because This is the same way I did Brittany J. Jones, Know Me 2096, and I said in that video I didn't like it this way. But it does work this way. However, I have my own way of literally doing a fly front zipper, and it works out perfectly. All right, let's continue. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and pin this up. All right. But the thing with pinning this is you have to make sure that this press edge is close to the zipper teeth. So that press edge where the dot is right here, that needs to be close to that zipper teeth where that top part of the zipper teeth is, all right? And you want to pin. And make sure that when you're pinning it the right way. You're making sure that your pins are facing the right way. This could be a hard task to do for sure. So just take your time. All right. One more place to pin. All right. This is what it looks like. Okay. And then you're going to base. You're going to base this side. All right. So what I'm going to do, and you could do it with a zipper foot. So let me switch over to a zipper foot. Yes, buddy. Thank you, Nina. All right, so I'm switching over to a zipper foot. And I'm going to go really slow on the sewing machine. Right? Now on this part, I'm going to move my zipper down to avoid catching the zipper. All right? And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to sew very slow. And when you start getting towards that zipper area, all you have to do is move it back up, zip it back up towards the top, and then keep sewing. And that's what it looks like. All right, just baste it on. That's it. Then when you zip it down, bam, it's just basted on, but you want to make sure that you did not catch any part of the zipper. All right, so now what you're going to do is grab pattern piece number 5, which is your left fly. All right, and you're going to press it in half. Just like this. Oops. Let me press it in half. All right, so you should have that pressed in half with wrong sides together. Millie, you so silly. Like I ain't got no pies, girl. All right, so this is what it looks like. So the next part is on the side where you have the zipper, okay? You have a notch right here, where you have that zipper, okay? What you're gonna do is match this portion up where that notch is. You're gonna put pattern piece number 5, which, what was the name of it? The left fly, all right? You're gonna match that notch up to the notch on the side where you have that zipper, okay? You're gonna match that up, match the 2 dots up at the top, and match that little dot right here up at the bottom, okay? And pin all of it together, all right? What did I do with my pants? Here we go. All right, so go ahead and pin all of that together, just like I'm doing here. All right, so now we are going to sew that on. Let me make sure that the, what's the name, is lined up. The bottom dot is lined up. It is. I want to make sure that that dot is lined up. There we go. Now I'm going to start at the bottom dot right here, the single dot, and go all the way up. Start at that dot and sew all the way up. And it should be right at about a 1/2 inch seam allowance when sewing all the way up, all right? And just be careful not to sew on your zipper teeth. So I'm gonna go pretty slow. And if you need to move the zipper out the way, you can. So it's not all in your way. And this is what it looks like, okay? Now you have that left fly shield right here. Boom, 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 right? Zip it up. This is what it looks like. Okay, all right. Moving over to the next part. We still haven't worked all over here yet, none of that. We're still on the left part. That's what the left part is looking like right now. Good? All right, so now we're gonna grab pattern piece. Oops. What did I drop? I dropped something, but I guess it's not that big of a deal because I don't see it, what I dropped. All right, so the next part we just did the left fly, which was part D. We are now on E. So it tells us on the inside, we're gonna pin the left fly, which I just did, which was E. How did I get, oh, I already did E. I already did E and F. We're on G, which is finishing off the outer curve, which is the right fly now, which is grabbing pattern piece number 4. I told you, as you do so many fly fronts, it gets easier and easier to do. It's just practicing, practicing, and practicing doing them. Let me press my right fly, all right? All right, so I have my right fly. And then what I'm gonna do, wait. Okay, so all right. I wrote on the wrong side, but it's okay. Let me erase this. It's not gonna even really matter because it's just the test muslin. But I was supposed to write on this side, but I wrote on the wrong side. But anyway, with right sides together, we're going to pin just like that, all right? But I actually wrote on the wrong side, and it's gonna kind of irk my nerves looking that I wrote on the wrong side. So let me try to erase that real quick since I wrote it with a pencil and write it on the right side, on the other side. I know that's that OCD. I know I could have just cut out another one, and I might just do that because it seemed like it would be a lot easier than to try to erase, but I don't want to do that. I'll just erase it and call it a day because it's just a test muslin. Okay. What is it called, right? Fly facing. All right, so with right sides together, all right, like this, right? I'm gonna pin just like that, all right? So I'm gonna pin that just like that, matching up the notches and the center. That center dot. Make sure everything else is out of your way, including the zipper portion. Oh, the PJs. Oh, you talking about my daughter PJs? Thank you, Donzel. So those pants, Simplicity 3205, that is a 1 hour sew, y'all. So my daughter couldn't wait to put them on. The pattern that I dropped the other day, and the sew along is already completely done. I just need to do the edit, and that's it, y'all. Like, that pattern you guys are gonna wanna sew up several times, several different fabrics. Trust me, you're gonna want to sew that up. All right, where am I at? Oh, G. So I'm going to sew from the top all the way to the dot using 5/8. I think it's 5/8. What does it say in the instructions? I don't know. Yeah, 5/8. Yeah, my daughter PJs, yeah. She's already asking for another pair, and I'm like, girl, like, could I make my own pair? No. All right, so using 5/8 of an inch seam allowance, we're gonna backstitch at the beginning and at the end of, actually, I'm gonna switch from my zipper foot to my regular foot for just a second. Just a second. What did I think that's what fell. Give me 1 second while I see if that's what fell on the floor. Yep, that's what fell on the floor. Found it. All right. So I was like, where did that foot go? All right, so now I'm gonna sew with my regular zipper foot. It just feels a little bit better when sewing just regular seams versus sewing everything with a zipper foot. All right, almost there. Let me make sure everything is flat on one side. All right, so I have the right fly on. This is what it's going to look like. All right, so I'm gonna trim it down like it says in the instructions. Let me tell you what it says. We are on, I don't know which one, G. All right, after you stitch it on, we're gonna trim it down and then understitch. I'm not understitching, and you guys know why, because it is a muslin, but you are to understitch if it was a regular if you were actually sewing with your regular fabric, make sure you are understitching. But I'm just going to trim this down. All right, so now that I have that, it's looking really good. It's looking really good, right? Bam, bam, bam. All right, so now we have that sewn on. The next thing they want us to do, we're on H. We're going to press it to the inside like usual. That's normally what you would do. Let's press this to the inside, right? We're on H, right? Yeah, H. All right, so let me press it to the inside first. Dang it. Then again, I don't have it understitched. On this one, I'm going to have to understitch for the sake of it laying flat for me to do the, yeah, this one I have to understitch. There's a reason I have to understitch this one. All right, so I'm going to understitch. All right, now I'm going to turn it back to the inside. Mama Sewing Factory. Yes, those pajamas that I'm making for those pants that I'm making for my daughter right now, Simplicity 3205. It's literally a 1 hour sew. Kid you not. They're already done. When you see the sew along next week, this upcoming week, you will literally be like, what? That's it? Yes. But I'm also doing a hack for it too, so stay tuned for the hack. All right. All right, so I'm pressing it to the inside. Giving it a really good press. Press this bad boy into submission so it could stay where I want it to stay. Might have to get the water bottle out for this one. There we go. All right, I'm pressing that fly area. It has to be pressed really good in order for it to lay flat, because you got to remember that this test, there's no what you call it. It doesn't have any finishing to it, so you want to make sure that it lays flat. You don't have any puckers, none of that going on. Okay, so I have it pressed really good, and I'm going to show you that in just a second. But I have to pin. All right. All right. All right, so I have it pressed into submission. All right. So the next step is to pen. Let me move the sewing machine out of the way for a quick second. All right. I'm hoping you guys could see this really good. Let me see if I could zoom the camera. Move this closer to the camera so you can see it. I'm going to move the camera down just a little bit so you guys could see. Okay. All right. Hope you guys can see this really good. I can't zoom it in any closer, but I don't want, okay. All right. So right here, can you guys see that really good? I don't know if you guys could see like the line. Hold on, let me see if I do top down view. Nope, it's still doing its own thing. Give me 1 second to try to fix the top down view to give you a better camera. Let me see if I could give you a better camera for the top down view in just a second. No, it's still stuck on a... Okay, you guys could see it? Okay, you guys could see. All right, so if you guys could see it, then it's perfect. I'm trying to make sure you guys could kind of see. Okay, all right. So I'm at the portion where you want to line up this line all the way down for your fly front, right? This portion right here. All right. That's that curve. You want to have it lap over just a little bit over this portion right here that we just sewn, all right? Just a little bit, not a lot, all right? Then you want to grab your pins and you want to pin, all right, it in place. Make sure it's not going anywhere because you're going to sew this in place. All right. And you want to make sure that it is nice and flushed at the top. You don't want it to move and shift on you while you're pinning. All right. All right, so I have it pinned in place. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring my sewing machine back. All right. I'm going to try to bring this up to the camera so you can see it. Hold on, let me move the camera back up so you guys could see it. Just down a little bit. All right, move. I don't like how that looks. Better? Okay, that's a little better. Okay, that's how I have it pinned. All right, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna sew starting at the top all the way down, following all the dots that I made, all right? And I'm gonna go really, really slow and transfer back over to my zipper foot to keep the control, all right? All right. Now, I don't have to necessarily transfer back over to my zipper foot. I don't want to, so I'm just going to keep the foot that I have on there right now and just go really, really slow. One thing you don't want to do is break a needle, okay? So that's why I'm going to transfer back over to my zipper foot to avoid breaking a needle. All right. But do you have to switch back over to your zipper foot? Absolutely not, all right? I think you just have more control if you just switch back over to your zipper foot. All right, and as you go around that curve, go very, very slow to stay within that curved line and not have like messed up lines. Now, as I'm approaching that curve, I want to turn my fabric just a little bit. Turn it just a little bit more. 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 One more time. And go very, very slow. Back stitch. And then this is what it looks like. When you open it, this is what it looks like, right? But I have to take that other part back here off because I forgot to keep this free. This back part, I forgot to keep free. I forgot to not pin that. So what I have to do is take it back off and redo that, and I will redo that, but because I forgot to pin this out the way. So I have to undo it real quick because I forgot to not have that pin. What did I do with my seam ripper? Give me 1 second to grab my seam ripper. Where's my seam ripper? Oh. See, y'all don't think Rochelle makes mistakes. Rochelle makes mistakes too. I seen that after I did it, but because I did it in a, a basting stitch, I could baste it out real quick because after I do that, I'm going to put on my back pattern piece and then I get to try it on. Which is the fun part, trying it on, see if it fits. And then if it does, guess what I get to do? I get to do all of this all over again, but it's going to speed up the entire process simply because I know where everything goes, how everything should look, and how everything should fit. Now, with this whole entire process, best part about it is with this muslin, I'm going to know if I need to take anything in, let anything out. That's the best part of doing a muslin for pants. So I tend to, like for this one, I definitely wanted to do a muslin for, and one of the reasons why is because I have not worn a pair of bell bottoms in a very, very long time. I mean, it's probably been about a decade. Not gonna even lie. Since I wore bell bottoms, all right? So that was another thing, all right? Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I forgot to pin the back part out. Oops. Be like, my bad. All right, I'll pin the other part out so it doesn't seem like, oops, she didn't do anything there. My bad. Yeah. I gotta make sure that, yeah. There we go. Move this out the way. And pin that out of the way. So when I pin that out the way, it's not in the way. Ooh, Chip and Dale. So look, nothing's wrong with being born in the 90s though. I grew up in the 90s. Born in the 80s and grew up in the 90s. But I love grilled chip, grilled chip, a Chippendale Rescue Range, Chippendale. I love it. Chippendale. Yeah, I love Chippendale. All right. All right, so I'm going to repin that entire situation. The situation. That sounds like some Jersey Shore stuff going on right there when I said the situation. Let me repin the situation, okay? I'm a trip. All right, let me repin this situation real quick. Hold on. All right. That's the right fly. I'm pinning the right fly out of the way so it's not in our way. And back to what I did the first time. Keeping that zipper part out of the way. Let me repin it again. That's the part that could be the difficult, challenging part, is making sure that you keeping everything flat and you're just pinning on that zipper tape. So let me sew this back up real quick. All right. There we go. All right. Make sure it's still laying flat. That's the thing, when you sew these muslins, you got to make sure that it lays just as flat as if it's a real garment. You want to test it as if it's the real thing. Ain't nothing like the real thing, baby. All right. Now it's right. See, I had to take it down to make sure it's right. Bam, bam. All right. So now you have a fly front zipper. Bam. See that? She'll walk you through the whole thing. All right. So now that we have a functional fly front zipper, we're going to go ahead and sew up the back and put on the waistband, and then we are done. All right. So now, next steps. I don't need the zipper foot anymore. Everything else is done with our regular zipper foot. Toss that over there. Now what I'm going to do is pin the back pattern piece inseams, right? All right, we go pin the inseams down, so right sides together. Go ahead and pin up the inseams. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I just did not measure the bottom, the hem, because I didn't really care, to be honest with you. So I'm just going to, I think the back is longer than the front. And it's okay, because guess what? I'm going to cut it off. I am. As long as those notches match, the rest of it's going to get cut off. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. So I'm going to match up that notch, and then I'm going to pin up. And I'm going to do the same thing for the other pants leg, and I'm just going to sew all the way down to the notch when they become uneven, and that's it. All right, I'm going to do the other pant leg, or the short, whatever you want to call it, the exact same way. Let me turn it over to this side. Hold up. And we're going to pin. I'm going to pin this at the bottom. Pin here and then pin there. And now I'm gonna sew both inseams, all right? And I'm using 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. All right, one inseam done, other inseam coming, incoming. All right. All right, so now that the inseams is done, now I need to do the crotch seams, right? I don't even know what number we are on, but that seems to be what I need to do next, right? So in order to do that, I gotta take, ooh, it looks like a hot mess right about now. So let me scoot this back, put it on here. Let me stand up so I could get some leverage, right? This goes like this. This goes like this, right? That's the inseams. And now I need to get the back of the back seams sewn together, if that makes sense, right? So where the back seams are, I need to sew those together. So I'm going to match up the center back and pin together, and then the back seams, these seams, I'm going to match those up. Just like so. Open out the seam, open up the seams, pin where the two notches are, those two notches, I'm gonna pin there, which would be the front, where you have the front. This is the curve, right? And then I'm just gonna put several pins there. This is basically the crotch curve leading up to the back. I missed a whole bunch. Oh boy, yo, Boys to Men, One Sweet Day. stop. I gotta go back and see what happened. Making a band. Ooh, I used to love NSYNC. Okay, so Lady Angel, what show is that you watching? Oh yeah, I like Biggie, Tupac, Bone Thugs and Harmony. Yeah, D'Angelo was sucked when he passed. Oh yeah, Bone Thugs and Harmony was the true boom 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 boom. Angie Stone loved her to death. Bone Thugs and Harmony and Mariah's song. What song was that? Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to find that one. Boy Band Confidential. Okay, you put me on to something. I'm gonna have to find that one. Is it on Netflix? What is it on? So I could go look for it. IT. Boy Band Confidential. That's a show. Huh? So Bone Thugs and Harmony supposed to be on there. NSYNC, Backstreet Boys, Boys to Men. Those are shows that you want to see. Says me. Happy wife, happy life. I mean, happy spouse, happy house too. But I'm just saying, those are people that you listen to. Don't act like you don't listen to them. Back to what I was doing. 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. We're going to go ahead and sew this crotch seam. So what now, babe? You don't like Backstreet Boys? You don't like 98 Degrees either? Who? You don't know who 98 Degrees is? Babe, you don't know who 98 Degrees is. Oh, you don't know who 98 Degrees is. Oh, I was going to say, like, what? I was going to say, I know you acting like you don't know who the, like, how you go act like you don't know who the hell they are? I didn't say you listen to all of their music, but you do know their songs. That's like you saying, like, you don't know who NSYNC is. Like, you don't know who Justin Timberlake is. Or JC Chavez. So you don't know Bye 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 by NSYNC.
I didn't know it was NSYNC the same too. You said it.
But why you sitting here acting like you don't know who NSYNC is?
I can't tell you who's part of those groups. I can't tell you what songs they sing.
So do you not know New Kids on the Block?
No.
Why you over here acting like you don't know New Kids on the Block?
I know who they are. I don't know any damn names.
Well, I'm not saying like every single person in the group. I'm just saying you know their song, like "Color Me Bad." You don't know "I Wanna Sex You Up." You don't know that song?
Like you naming stuff like you don't know their songs like "Calling Me Back." That's a group. It's not a song.
Well, I'm just saying like you know the group.
I don't know.
But hold on, wait. See, the funny part about it is you know songs better than I do.
Okay.
But you act like you don't know the group though.
I don't know their songs.
Okay.
It wasn't my type of music.
Oh, that. Oh, so what was your type of music?
Trap music.
Oh, trap music. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Oh, if it wasn't the Kings of Crunks back then, right?
Or Earth, Wind, and Fire. I mean, some shit like that, you know?
Okay. All right. Gotcha. All right. I forgot. That was back during Crunk Juice. If it wasn't Crunk Juice, you wasn't listening to it. Oh my gosh. Y'all, I'm sorry. My husband. If it had nothing to do with Lil Jon and Crunk Juice back then, or trap music, it wasn't, my husband was not listening to it. Well,
It sounds weird saying that.
I'm just saying, back in the days when Crunk Juice was the thing. I'm just saying, like, that's what everybody was listening to in the 99, 2000s. Or Juvenile or whatever. OMG, no, that's what everybody was listening to. And excuse my husband, y'all. He comes out to argue with me. All right, using 5/8 of an inch seam allowance, we're gonna go ahead and sew the crotch seams.
Just like you ain't even like listen to classics. Like you talk about mainstream, like Lil Jon. That's mainstream. You ain't talking about like Bill Ma, Goody Ma.
You didn't let me finish naming all the people though.
Destroy.
I didn't even name like all the people.
You just name the mainstream stuff you heard on the radio.
OMG, okay. Using 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. Using 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. All right, there we go. Woo, look, we got some pants or some shorts or some Bermuda shorts. Bermuda shorts. We wear shorts. We wear shorts. Rochelle doing a damn thing today. Okay. So now I'm going to take this back piece. We're going to put it along our front piece. And then what we're going to do is go ahead and sew up these side seams, baby. You see how that's looking? Boom.
Hey,
yes, babe.
fun fact.
Fun.
I was in the Lil Jon.
I didn't say you wasn't in the Little John video. I know you was in the Little John's video. You was in many, and Outkast. I know that. I know these things. I know you was in multiple Lil Jon and Outkast videos. I know that. Anything else you want to tell me that I don't know? Oh, no. I was not at nobody's Diddy's parties. That's why I can't find baby oil now. He cleared the shelves. Bad joke.
Look, I can't find that. I'll throw that.
Yo, I was looking for some baby oil the other day and couldn't find none. I think after the whole video came out, they said, we're going to take all this baby oil off the shelf.
Take that.
Right? That's what I'm saying. They was like, Johnson & Johnson, this has been recalled. Let me stop. I'm done. I'm done. Oh man, you should be like, you can't be talking about Diddy like that. Let me stop. I'm gonna stop. Diddy, you only have like what, 30 more weeks left? I don't know how many more weeks. I don't be counting. But these sides seems looking good, y'all. I can't say that. All right. Now I'm going to sew up the other side seams.
No, you can't be talking about Johnson. Diddy trying to put some oil on some Johnson.
Both Johnson and Johnson. Which Johnson? Which person with the last name Johnson? Because it sure wasn't Cassie. I'm done. Y'all, it's been 3 hours for real? I did not know that, y'all. But guess what? We almost at the end of this because we got to try these pants on with or without a waistband. Listen. The only thing left after sewing up these side seams, and here's the thing. Y'all gonna laugh at this when I say this. The first hour was me showing y'all the slide, and then we went straight to sewing. So this is pretty much a 2.5 hour sew, just to be honest with you. All right. So this is the side seams. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and sew up these side seams and then put on this waistband, and then we gonna be done. All right. I try to keep these lives fun. You know? I try not to be boring in these lives. You know what I'm saying? All right. So using 5/8 of an inch seam allowance, I'm going to sew this side seam. All right. Oh, Lady Angel, I'm with you. I guess she said, well, you know, Diddy got money, so I'm going to do whatever. That didn't pay out very well. That was a bad call. I'm sorry. Bad call, Cassie. Bad call. Listen. No, Donzel, you started a good conversation. You started a good conversation. That was a good one. Don't feel bad, Cassie. I don't feel bad. And then, you know, people get to exposing everything when they don't get their way about something, you know? What? What? Oh, you want me to expose you? You damn right. I got to keep you away from the public's eyes. That's why I keep you away from the public's eyes.
That's like looking at God. You can't see with human eyes.
That's why I keep your happy tail away from the public's eyes.
Mortal eyes can't handle.
Yeah, I know. I know, right? I keep you away from the public's eyes. Because as long as they can't see, they can't tell nothing, right? Tell everybody, you ain't seen nothing. I don't need no witnesses. I already got people trying to come over my... Man.
You say what? Keep trying to come over here?
Who?
No, that's what you said?
Who? Who go...
You just said you had people trying to do what?
No, I didn't say that, honey. I did not say that. Woo, these pants look fire. Look what we got, y'all. Okay, baby. Okay. Yes, y'all throw up those hearts for me. Throw up those hearts for me. Throw up those hearts for me. All right, so we actually have some damn shorts. Not many Daisy Dukes. Not what you call them, coochie cutters. None of that. We do have some Bermuda shorts, though. Some gachos. What's the other words for some shorts? Yeah, none of that. Bermuda. We're going to use the word Bermuda. We're not going to use coochie cutters. We're not going to use no Daisy Dukes. We're not going to use none of that. You know, skinny shorts, short shorts. We're not going to use We're not going to use that. But can we talk about that fly front zipper, though? Y'all see that? Yeah. She looks golden. Yes, baby. All right. Let's do the waistband. She said, let's do the waistband, so let's do the waistband. So this is the one that's, what do you want to call it? Pressed at the bottom. That is the facing one. So we're going to go ahead and put on the one that's not done at the bottom. So I like to call it the happy versus the sad, right? We're going to use the sad method. The sad method is upside down, right? So this is smiling. Smile for me. What you looking at? You trying to feel my girl? Okay. All right. So we're not going to smile. We're so unhappy like TLC. Feeling unhappy. All right. So we go frown for a little bit. So these two notches right here goes in the back. All right. So we're going to go to the back. All right. And where you have those two notches in the back, it's pattern piece number 9, which is the back. You're going to match that up. So I'm going to match those up. We're feeling unpretty too. I'm telling you, there is a song for everything you say. I keep telling people that. Everything you say, there is a song for. All right. And then right here, that goes towards the side seams. So make sure you put those towards the side seam, and I'm going to pin all the way around. All right. So I'm going to pin all the way around. And you guys could always go back to the live. So if you make this pattern, you have this pattern. I know somebody's going to probably ask me, Rochelle, could you make another video where you speed it up? I think some people like in real time, then you have some people who like sped up. It's just the beauty of the beast. People like both, you know. You can't please everybody, you know. So we'll see how it goes. All right. And then I'm going to pin right there. Then I'm just going to pin in several different areas. Pin all the way around. Pin around the world, yeah. I can call my baby. I don't know where, I don't know why. All right, so I'm going to pin the other side, making sure I match that other side seam up. Open it out. Pin. Somebody said I need to go home, but I could drive there. All right, so this dot right here match up with the front. This first dot match up with the front. You want to make sure that your notches are matching up. So this dot should match up with this edge, all right? It should extend perfectly fine. No worries, because it should extend. If it's not extending, you did something wrong, all right? So somebody would, I have heard people cutting the extension off. No, it's supposed to extend. Don't worry about it. It's perfectly fine. All right, so now that I have that on there, I'm going to sew all the way around. And then put the other one on, but this time, when I put that one on, we're gonna be happy. Because I'm happy, hop along if you feel like a room without a roof. All right, so I'm gonna start in the back. Back, forth and forth. All right, so we're gonna start in the back, the center back of the pants. And I'm gonna sew using 5/8 of 8-inch seam allowance. Back stitch at the beginning and at the end. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna start it in the back, it's fine. And go to one side and then flip it over and go to the other side. That's what I'm gonna do. All right. And then this needs to go this way. All right, now I'm gonna flip it over and do the opposite direction using 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. All right. Donzel, if you like Harry Potters, then you and my daughter, y'all have something in common. She's a huge Harry Potters fan. She's probably upstairs reading one of the books right now. I know this girl ain't asleep. Oh, she already asleep? For real, for real? You say you hope so. I bet you if you go up there, she got one eye open.
Well, she always sleeps with her eyes open anyway.
That is true, though. That is true. She do sleep with one eye open.
Weird ass.
That is so dang true. Yeah, I just have this other waistband to put on and then try it on. Ooh. It's looking good, y'all. Ooh. Yo. My husband, he forever. He forever. Forever, ever, forever, ever, forever, ever. He think he funnier than me, but he's not. Well, that was high school. We talk about now. We know you was a high school clown, but we talking about now. Well, hold on. Wait. I'm waiting on my $1 million case. I'm waiting on my $1 million case. That's what I'm waiting on. I guess I'll be waiting on that for a long time. Because that still haven't happened. All right, so you can say that again. Oops, there we go. I ran out of bobbin thread. All right, that's 2, but we almost at the end. At the end of the road. All right. Back to reality. Yep, they go. All right, so now we're back to having some more bobbin thread. Because, you know, Rochelle just can't be great and just get it done, okay? I didn't ran out of 2 bobbin threads with this one project, but it's okay. We almost there. Almost there. Because we're like Yolanda Adams, never give up. All right. All right. So this waistband is done. Time to put on this other waistband. Same exact thing. All right. So all I'm going to do is take this one, put it on top of the other one. But this time we're going to be a little happier than the other one. The other one was so sad and so unpretty. This one is going to be like Ashanti and so happy. Okay. And we're going to go ahead and smile like Kurt Franklin. Even when we're unhappy, we smile. Okay. So, yeah, we're going to go ahead and line up these side seams. And we're going to move from side to side. Before we throw those bows. So, yeah, we're going to go ahead and pin. I love Eminem. Eminem is the business. All right, so I'm going to make sure that this waistband is hitting all the way around. All right, so I'm gonna match up this waistband all the way around. All right, pin it all the way around. Because this is pretty much the last thing. Now, I'm not hemming it at the bottom. For what? What am I going to hem at the bottom for? We're not. Say what? Say what? Did you not hear what I said about muslin? You was not paying attention to the slideshow. Yeah. Because you was cleaning out your closet. Mister. We do not hem, we do not finish seams or anything like that, mister, when we are doing muslins. There's no sergers involved, okay? I need to do a lot of things, okay? But serging is not one of them tonight. All right, so all right, so I have it sewn, not sewn, I have it pinned. Now, I know I have not trimmed down this one, but I'm gonna trim them both down at the same freaking time, all right? So, what I wanna do, I'm going to go ahead and, what's the word I wanna use? Oh, I'm gonna pin this part right here, because I'm gonna need that to finish off this end. That's to finish off this end down here. And then that extension part right here, make sure that this part right here is pressed up, and you want to finish off this end too. So I want to press this part up, and you want to make sure that this part is even too. All right. Now, I'm going to start at one end, and using 5/8 of an inch seam allowance, I'm going to sew up, pivot, go all the way around, and then sew down. Same thing. All right. So now I'm going to be honest, I'm not putting a hook and eye closure on this situation. We're not doing all that because it's the test muslin. I would do that on my regular fabric, but we're not doing that on this one. So I'm just going to hold it up with a safety pin when I try it on and go from there. All right, so hold on. One thing I have to do before there. 5/8 is right there. Okay. And now I'm going to sew all the way across. So what is your favorite TLC song? Yeah, what's your favorite TLC song? Creep. So I creep. Yeah, just creeping on the down low. Ooh. Digging on you. Yup. Millie knows. Scrubs. Okay. Yes, they do have so many. Y'all remember This Is How It Works from Waiting to Exhale soundtrack? See? But I do like Digging on You. I do like Waterfalls too. I like Red Light Special. I like What About Your Friends? What? Yes?
The background, the music for Outkast song Morris Brown was supposed to be a TLC song, but then Left Eye died.
Left Eye got it. No, you said Left Eye died?
Yeah, we recorded the song for TLC. She died.
The same year she died, right?
Yeah. And then they took a couple years for the song to make it their own. So the song Morris Brown was actually meant for TLC. The soundtrack.
Yeah.
You know,
Not the actual song, yeah. So.
Yeah, not that.
See, he dropping some gems over here. All right, we got a waistband, baby. A waistband, baby. A waistband, baby. All right, so now I'm going to trim down this waistband. And then guess what, y'all? It's time to try these bad boys on. Now, you know, instead of using these scissors, I'm going to run over to my table and trim them down because it's a lot to trim down. So let me trim them down at my cutting table right quick, and then I'll show you guys what it looks like. All right, give me 1 second. It's just easier to trim them down on the table with a rotary cutter instead of trying to do it with some scissors. All right, and then let me just trim down this one, two. Come and knock at my door. I'll be waiting for you. I'm mad that you even know what I was singing. I'm mad that you know about it. I'm surprised that you know about the show. You know, our parents used to watch that. Hey, babe, did your mom used to watch like all the soaps? Who? Who?
Dallas, like the city.
Never heard of that. But no, like my mom used to watch like all the soaps, like One Life to Live, General Hospitals, Days of Our Lives.
Ask your people if they ever heard Dallas.
Who?
Dallas, like Dallas, Texas?
Dallas? That's a police show, right?
No, there was a soap opera. And I remember she always talked about some dude named JR.
Okay, listen. Okay, so you guys, let me know in the chat. Have y'all ever heard of a soap called Dallas? And somebody named JR from the show Dallas. Like, okay, so look, my husband over here talking about, you don't know Dallas? You don't know Dallas? Like my husband's only 2 years older than me, but he acting like I'm just young and don't know ish. You know what I'm saying? He only 2 years older than me. All right. Now we're over to the, look, we got some shorts. All right, I'm finna press them out. Let me press this waistband. We got a waistband, baby. The waistband is popping. It's popping. It's popping, baby. It's popping. Now, my daughter, she's going to be a little teed off. Anytime I make myself something, you know what my daughter says? When did you make that? I'm like, while you was asleep. And then she go, well, I want one. I'm like, well, you can make it with your own 2 hands. I know I'm a bad mama. I know. She's a bad mama jamma. Just as foxy as can be. Okay. All right. So let me get a little bit of water in this while I'm putting some water in this iron. Let me get.
So, did I get some backup? Did I get some backup? Going crazy, right?
Say what?
I said, did I get some backup?
My people is not paying no attention to you.
Crazy, right?
They do not know anything about Dallas. They said, huh? What is that? Yeah. They actually called you old. I'm just playing with you, babe. I'm just playing. Yes, of course you got backup. See, my people actually like you.
Everybody like me.
No, this is not everybody like Chris. And you're not Bernie. Babe, could you just imagine if your name was really Chris?
Then I'll be like saying what's up to myself every day.
I know, right?
Little Chris.
What up, Chris? Could you just imagine if every day you walk out the house, you and the next door neighbor would be like, what up, Chris? What up, Chris?
I'd rather be a Craig.
No, what up, Craig? Like, nah, you can't do that like Friday. Why, you got a lot of kicking, Craig? I can't. Because every time I see you, you know what I'll be like? Why you lying, Craig? Like, I can't. No, that wouldn't be, you couldn't even be a Debo. Like, no, I'm gonna take it to this. I'm gonna take it to the streets and let the people, audience. If my husband had to Yep. Can you guys hear me?
That Mike was tired. He told you to talk too damn much.
Can you guys hear me? Talking about hot talk too much. See? Hush your mouth. I'm finishing my shorts, man. Woo! That's hot. Okay. See, we just had to switch out the mics. That's why you have to have a backup plan. We had to have a plan B just in case. All right, so now what I'm going to do, I'm going to pin the waistband, which I really don't need to do all of that, but we are going to do that anyway, just to close off this waistband and try them on. So I'm just going to pin in a couple of places just to close out this waistband. Where's the, move that keyboard back over there. All right. Whoops. Oh, thanks. Tech support. Babe, they call you tech support. Your new name is tech support. You need money? I get money. 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 I get money. Money. Money.
You know, like how high? His name is I Need Money.
You get money. You get money? I pay you in food. I feed you. All right. Excuse me? When's the last time I cooked? When the last time I cooked? You have been feeding me, but that's only because I've been busy AF. Like, see, in a marriage, it takes two, not just one. But when I'm not busy, I do cook. So don't try to act like I don't cook. See? Because let's be real, if I didn't cook, the first thing you'll be talking about is, what we having for dinner? You're not cooking shit tonight? Yeah, I would have to hear that. You ain't cooking shit tonight? Huh? Nonsense. No, we know you like cook food. All right, so finishing up this waistband right here. so I could try them on for the fit. We gonna try these on for the fit. Fit. Woo! And these pins is killing your girl's fingers, man. It said no, ma'am. All right, you guys. Guess what, y'all? She is D-O-N-E Dawn. Aww. See? Lady Angel. See, that's a great partnership right there. I'm telling you. All right. So look what it looks like, y'all. Boom. Now, guess what time it is? It's time to try these bad boys on. Okay? Right. All right. So I'm going to put y'all on. Be right back. Let me try them on and show y'all what it look like. Be right back. Hold one.
Drowning in the lost emotion, crying like some kind of ocean from my eyes. But I got up out of the hopeless. Yeah, I got over you last night. Wasn't it easy to believe I would be broken forever? Thought I would never see the light. You didn't need me, so I went looking for somebody better. Thought I'd be sadder, but I'm fine. Washing my tears away, I watch my heartbreak go down the drain. My heartbreak go down the drain. My heartbreak go down the drain. I finally learned how to let go. I don't even feel the echo of your touch. I've never been so in control. Only love I need is mine. But wasn't it easy to believe I would be broken forever? Thought I would never see the light. You didn't need me, so I went looking for somebody better. Thought I'd be sadder, but I'm fine. Washing my tears away, I watch my heartbreak go down the drain. 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 It wasn't easy to believe that I would miss you forever. Always be tethered to your love. Grass isn't greener on your side. You're wishing we were together, but I'm not. Just watch. Drowning in the lost emotion, crying like some kind of ocean from my eyes. But I got up out of.
All right, you guys. We are here. Ah! All right, let's do this. She is back. She is looking lovely. Look at this, baby. She fits. Ah! Boom. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. I have some shorts. And she looks good. Oh! Boom, boom. That fit is boom. That fit is boom. That fit is boom. Hey, hey, hey. I'm cutting up at midnight. Look. Woohoo! That fit. Look, like, I cannot say anything bad about these. Now, remind you, it would be longer and flared out and everything. But when I say I was more nervous about the waist, because like I told you, I could bring it up now. Like I told you, I lost weight. So you got to remember, I have to test every time I make a new pattern or whatever, because with weight loss, you got to test, right? So I had to make sure it was going to fit in the waist. I have to make sure it's going to fit in the hips. I got to make sure the pockets are not poking out or anything. So I love these, okay? Now, I might actually make 2 pairs of these. But for right now, 1. And I do like the pin tucks. I think that the pin tucks is going to be great. If I actually would have made these in a different color, I would have used these as a wearable muslin. But maybe, just maybe, I will find some fabric in my stash. And if I have enough, I actually cut these, the same pattern, same length, and actually make it as Bermuda style shorts. Because this length is actually good. And make it as Bermuda shorts. What y'all think? Let me know. What y'all think? Right? Like, I love the pin tucks in the front. I love the length. I think I would make them just a little tad bit, a little bit longer, about 2 inches, right at the knees, right? But I love the fence, the fit. Yes. Oh, I have to do a happy sew dance. I have to. I have to. See, that's how you know it fits. When you can stretch and they don't, they don't pop. No pop seams. Come on now. You already know. You're doing the dang thing, No pop seams going on. Everything, nothing is pop, 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 pop. Ain't nothing going on? Yeah. You're good. You're golden. You're golden. Oh, listen. Y'all know how I said about those roof shorts, right? They still right here. They did not go to the trash. Hold on, let me show y'all. Because I told y'all, we go fix these, right? I just haven't had time. But didn't I tell y'all, we go fix these. It's going to be fixed. So when y'all see these on the channel, don't act like y'all don't know. I'm going to fix these. Y'all heard me say it. We go fix these, okay? So, y'all see them right here. I did not throw these away. They are not going to the trash. I'm going to fix them. Now, am I going to show how I'm going to fix them? I might share how I'm going to take them apart. And I may actually take off the pockets completely and bring them in a lot more so they could fit. Because these, baby, I could fit 2 people in these roof shorts. Okay? All right. So, guess what, you guys? I hate to end with this tonight, but look at these. Y'all already know the color. I can't tell y'all the color of these pants. I'm excited though. I think that they're gonna be fire though. Because this fit is fire. And not next week, the week after. Since you guys already seen me pretty much sew them. Hold on. Y'all pretty much seen me sew them on this live. Y'all already know how quick that these pants / shorts will come together. About 2.5 hours, give or take. You guys seen me sew them all the way through. Of course, not a problem. Thank you guys so much. Oh, follow me on Facebook. Thank you. So you guys know this is about a 2.5 hour sew, start to finish, for these pants. Now, I will say that I'm debating on if I want to make that detachable belt situation. I did cut the piece, but I'm missing one pattern piece. So that's why I think I'm going to go ahead and take that one pattern piece that I need in order to do that. However, I'm debating because I don't know how that would look for what I'm going for. I think I'm just going to go with the pants and call it a day and not do the other part because as I'm thinking, I don't think I have enough fabric. If I have enough fabric, I'll tape the other piece and do it to not have any fabric left behind. But I think I just purchased enough fabric just to do the pants for right now. But I think these pants are going to be fire. All right. Well, you guys, that is it. I'm super excited. Now looking at these pants, I was like, ooh, these turned out amazing. All right. So now you guys know if you are doing pants, definitely test that fit because you don't know how the fit's going to look until you test it. So you guys, I am signing off for tonight. I hope you enjoyed this live. I will look forward to another live with you guys on May the 1st. So not May the 4th, but May the 1st. All right. So in that live, we are going straight to the cutting table of cutting out fabric. There will be no slides during that one. I'll come in, have a sit down conversation for a few minutes, and then we're getting over to the table and I will cut my fabric. And during that time, I get to share with you guys the actual fabric that I will be using to actually make up these same pants. All right. And I know you guys will probably be like, Rochelle, are you doing a sew along for these same pants? I don't know because it's right here in slow-mo, right? So I don't know if I'm going to document sewing, doing a whole sew along for this again because it's right here and you can speed it up. All right. So that's it for tonight. I will see you guys in the next #Make62026 on May 1st. Same time, same spot, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Until next time, keep going, keep sewing, and definitely keep growing. Talk to you guys in the next one, and stay tuned for my next video that should be dropping on Sunday. Can't tell y'all what it's going to be, but stay tuned for that one. Talk to you soon. Peace.
They hate when you elevate. You stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. chance I'm coming down, no. Got this whole view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation, now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Swatting all black like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came